over the course of last week. We crossed over 37,000 subscribers. That's crazy. There's been 3,000 people that joined just this past week. Amazing. Look at that, approaching 3 million views. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and once again, we're going to attempt to recreate another painting by another one of my favorite artists. Today, we're going to be looking at the work of Paula Rego. Paula Rego is one of the most important, well-known, celebrated artists of the late 20th century, early 21st century. Just passed away a few years ago, and I'm super excited to feature her work here and to attempt to recreate this painting, which was also done in pastels, but I realized I took all my pastels to school with me, so I don't have those materials with me today, so we're just going to do it all in acrylic paint. So let's just look at the way that, or actually let's quickly just decide how complex this painting is. I'm putting this one in about level 3 here. It might not look like the most complex painting, but I think, especially if you were to do this with pastels, I think that would take it into even more difficult. I think this is a deceptively difficult painting. I'm hoping after finishing it, I'll be like, oh, you know what, actually that was easier. This might be, but I do think if you're a beginner painter, you're just getting started, this one might be a little bit more difficult than you might expect. So I don't think it's out of the range of most people, and I think anybody could attempt it, but just, you know, we're through, you know, so here's the 2, you know, if you've taken a few of the classes, you should be able to do this. But 3, you know, hopefully if you've been with me for a little while, you've made 10 or more paintings, this might be something you could attempt to do. So let's look at the plan for today's episode. We're going to start with a little bit of quick conversation about the materials required to create it. We're going to do our image transfer, then we're going to stain it with some color. That's the Imprimatura. Then we're going to talk about Paula Rego's biography and what makes her such an important artist, and why we're talking about her, beyond the fact I just love today's painting. Under painting, good question. I might do a little bit around the face and fingers. Then we're going to tackle the background, foreground, background. And I got to pick my daughter up from school in, well, that's 6 hours from now. It still sometimes seems like a race to the finish. So we'll get there. Just before we move forward here, just a quick reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. It doesn't cost you a penny, but it certainly helps me and the channel to grow so that more and more people can find out about what we're doing here and spread the power of art around the world. As I always say, the more people who are painting and drawing, singing, playing violin, writing poetry, making movies, the more peaceful our planet would be. And considering everything that's going on in the world right now, I think peace is what we need. So spreading the power of art would help that immensely. I think if everyone had a creative outlet for their emotions, we'd see a lot less violence in the world. And then also consider, if you want or have the means, consider leaving a donation via PayPal. The link is down below, along with the links as well here. You could send an e-transfer via email. You can send a check in the mail by contacting me through my email to get an address. You can also use the YouTube Super Chat, although YouTube takes like 40% of what you donate. So it's as much as I want to support Google and YouTube, you know, just consider that there are other options that in which more of your money makes it to the end user, which is myself. Okay, there's Furbait in the chat says, Furbait in the chat, says, hey, Wow, Mike, that's a cool insight. Thank you, my friend. Okay, let's start here right at the top. So let's just quickly talk about the materials required. I have done a whole episode talking all about all of the detail, all the materials in detail, in depth. I'm still getting set up with my tea here. If you follow the Dropbox link down below and you click in this file here, it has the handout for the supplies that are required or suggested. So you can just download, print that off, take it to your art supply store and find the supplies you might want to use. But I'm just going to quickly go through some of these things here, just in case maybe you don't have a printer at home or can't access or maybe you're at the art supply store right now holding your phone and saying, I want some help. Well, here's what we're going to do. We're going to use basically 6 colors plus white. I'm going to even make my own black. We'll talk about specifically the paints here in a moment. Probably going to use some glazing fluid, maybe a little bit of matte medium, and we're painting almost every single, I think all but one painting over the past 4 years that we're approaching our 4th anniversary. Was done on 9x12 size canvas boards or panels. Of course, some people use sketchbooks or paper, so you can make them at whatever size you want to make them, but the easiest I think would be 8.5x11 or 9x12. I don't think canvas panels come by 8.5x11. Brushes, paper, blow dryer, that can be really helpful. Optional things that can help: having a black tube of paint, gessoing the canvas, we'll talk about that momentarily. Posca pen maybe for this, for some small details. Consider having some materials to clean up should you make a mistake or a disaster happens. Let's say like your water tips over and you've got stuff all over. Well, I've got towels and rags and stuff all over the place here just in case. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be using a split primary palette. I didn't invent this method, but I wish I knew about it 20 plus years ago when I was just starting on my art journey. I think it would have made it a lot easier to learn how to paint. I learned way more complex methods when I was in art school, but when I started teaching, I've discovered this method. I'm like, how come this isn't the first thing every single person learns in like junior high on how to make art? Because I think everybody should learn how to draw and paint. I think it's an essential human skill, just as much as reading and writing and speaking, learning the alphabet. I think people should learn the color wheel just as much. So one of the reasons that the split primary palette is so helpful is it really emphasizes warm and cool colors, or color temperature. And that's the key. Learning about color temperature helps us create depth in our paintings. Even if you want to make an abstract painting, knowing how to create the, these push-pull effects, as it is known in abstract painting circles, you can use warm and cool colors to create those effects. And we'll talk about this as we go here, but technically, warm colors appear to advance towards the viewer, cool colors appear to recede, right? So using those different color temperatures can create all of this depth. It also helps simplify the color mixing process and helps you to identify which color to use in which area. Okay, so the brand of paint that I'm going to be using here is Amsterdam Paint. I'm not paid or sponsored. That's why I don't have a big logo of theirs here. No one gave me a penny of free art supplies at any time over the past 4 years. Some of it's been offered to me, but I've declined because I want to... different paint companies have offered support, but I'm not a big fan of their products. So, but I do endorse these. The Amsterdam paints, they're the best bang for your buck, the cheapest paint at the highest quality. Depending on where you go, you see that they're either considered to be student quality or professional quality. I think a professional artist should be able to do use these paints for the vast majority of tools. I'm creating a graphic novel right now where I'm painting every page. I'm doing it all with these Amsterdam paints. In a moment here, you're going to see me use this Azo Yellow Deep as my Imprimatura. I think that's what I'm going to do. That's what I usually do. But let's just scroll down here. I'm going to go through all of these different paints. Again, you can download the info sheet from the Dropbox, which has all of this information out there, so you don't have to frantically take screenshots of all of this. But if, let's say, you had Acrylics paint and you want to be able to recreate what we're doing, you could go and buy those Acrylics paints from your local art supply store so that you can match basically what we're doing here. Now, I haven't tried all of these brands. I have used many of them, but I don't know if they're going to work exactly for this particular split primary palette. I suspect they should do a pretty good job, but as you'll see here, there are some paints that I don't recommend. And that includes this museum color. Not the biggest fan of them, nor Peebo. And Peebo is a global brand, so this is extremely disappointing. The reason I don't like either of these paints is they put a too much titanium white into their paint as a filler, and it makes it really impossible to mix our own black. And so your colors tend to have a pastel quality, which if you really like pastels, these are going to be great paints for you, but they don't do everything that I am going to be doing in these sessions, so that's why I'm not recommending you use them. Okay, so having said all of that, I'm happy to answer any questions at any time during the stream or on the Facebook group, etc., that you might have about materials. Let's move on. Okay. Whew. Just thinking. Okay. So our first step here is to do what we call the image transfer, and that means we're going to take an image and we're going to transfer it, trace it onto a canvas here. So let me show you where you can find this image. Again, we can go back to this Dropbox folder. That link is in the description below. I think it's one of the first links. You'll see again the basic resources to get you started if you're a beginner painter at the top. The next, I don't know, 100 folders here are ones that begin with letters. And these are a little bit easier paintings. And then if we scroll down all the way, the next 150, 170 folders, we've got Paula Rego right down here. Folder 173. And you're going to see the files in here. We've got the original, and then we've got two versions of the outline that I've done on, I included a JPEG. So there's the original. And here's a JPEG or PDF version of the outline. So you can print them out on your inkjet printer, laserjet printer at home, whatever is convenient. Take it to a local print shop, get them to print it on their, photocopy machine, and then we're going to transfer that, in this case, onto, once again, a 9x12 sized canvas panel, right? So this is, I like this brand. I order these from Amazon. They basically work out to about $2 a piece, and they're better than the ones you can get from the dollar store for $1. I think they're 5 times better for twice the price. So this is my recommendation. They come wrapped in plastic. I take the plastic off, and then I give it a gentle sanding with some 100 grit sandpaper. Takes the tooth off, or the texture. And then I apply some white acrylic gesso. I put it on some paper. The gesso drips off the side. That's why I keep showing this back side. As you can see, here's the drips dripping off onto the newspaper below. Let it dry overnight. After it's dry, I can take my block, sand it down so that it gets smoother. Now, some people will gesso it again, sand it, and then gesso it again to get really smooth surface. I used to work for an artist, I I don't know, almost 20 years ago, and I used to do that. I would stretch canvases for him, and then I'd gesso them, and then I'd sand them, and then I'd gesso them again and sand them, so we got this like basically paper smooth surface. And boy, oh boy, it is very nice to touch a really smooth canvas. So I could do a few more layers on this, but I think this is more than fine. But if we're doing something with a lot of detail, if you're just painting on a canvas that's right out of the package, it's going to cause you a little bit of grief, because the canvas is going to have all of this texture. And if you're trying to paint, you know, imagine you've got that paint and you're trying to, you know, draw a straight line. Well, the paintbrush is probably just going to cover the top of my, let's say, my fingers. Imagine that's the weave of the canvas. I don't know. It's just, it makes your life a little bit difficult. Some people really love highly textured surfaces. I prefer something that's a little bit on the smoother side, but I don't want it to be totally smooth, because I do kind of like a little bit of the woven texture of the canvas to show through. Okay, so enough about that. Let's get this going. So to do the transfer, I'm going to use some graphite paper. You can see that some of these have been very well used. So because you can reuse these pieces of graphite or carbon paper many times. And here's just some painter's tape. I can always re-straighten that horizon line back there. Let's put some tape there. Okay. So this is going to take maybe 5 minutes or so. I'm going to go around all of these outlines. I'm not going to go over every single little lines and say like the dots, the stitching on her dress here, but because basically what I want is just to use this to help me get the composition locked in and started, and then after that most of this is going to get completely obliterated with layers of paint, so I don't want to be too precious. I find if people spend a lot of time doing the outline, then they get really afraid of getting rid of the lines, and they're really obsessed with making it perfect, and that kind of, I feel, kind of defeats the purpose and the joy that we might get out of painting. So I encourage you to not worry about perfection and try to just enjoy the process. And if good stuff comes out of that process, then that's a win. It's sort of like cherry on the cake. So one of the things that's going to make this painting a little bit more difficult for a beginner painter will be, let's say, the face here. Okay. It's a good idea just to double check and see how things are going when you're doing this process, to see if your lines are in fact going across to the other side. You can see this carbon paper that I'm using is probably on its last legs here. It's not coming out all that dark, which is going to make it a little bit more challenging if you're a beginner painter and you've got carbon paper that is barely making a transfer. Personally, I'm not too worried because I've been doing this whole painting thing for decades, so I feel fairly confident that I can make it work. But again, if you're really just getting started, could be a source of frustration. So you may want to use a newer piece of carbon paper. But, you know, again, I mean, I think that's pretty good. You can see just some areas where some of those details in the face just maybe happens to be where I used that carbon paper before, and a lot of the carbon or graphite has come off. So I'm not going to do all of these lines inside the what is it, tutu skirt? Is that what they call it? A ballet dress? I think it's a tutu, right? Okay. So, just looking at... Just before I put this line in, I'm just going to... Might as well try to get it straight if I can. Oh, you see, that wasn't very straight at all. Okay, I'm glad I did that. Just looking around. Just want to see if there's anything glaringly obvious that I've missed. So as I do that, I'm just sort of, you know, I'm like, let's say, looking at that hand. Okay, the hand's good. Arm. Shadow. Now let's... Okay, that's probably good enough. Singa says, yes, you got your graphite paper back. Yes, I took it to school with me the other day, and I was giving some out to my students, and I left it there in my office, and then I, for last episode 2, like, started up, oh, goodness, the thing that I've been using every day for 4 years, I totally forgot. Okay. Trying to keep everything organized here as I go. Ah, and Pascaline is there. Hello from Wales. I think, I'm trying, let me just do a double check here. So I should have mentioned at the top, this whole episode featuring Paula Rego was recommended by one of our members of the Facebook group, which is, again, is free to join. I encourage everybody to join it. Robin Shepard, who suggested we focus on Paula, so I just wanted to give her a shout out. Thank you. Some of the best suggestions for these episodes have been on the Facebook group, so if you're not already a member of the group, join up. And later, I think in 2 weeks, we're going to be doing another feedback episode where I'd go through everything that's on the Facebook group and give free feedback and advice on how to improve your work. Senka says, it's cold here in Scotland this week. It's funny, here in Vancouver, it is now really hot. But the last week it's been kind of chilly. Okay, I forgot to press record here, so I'm just going to do this again. My apologies. So, next step here. Now that we've got our image transferred onto canvas, I want to stain it with a little bit of color. And this is a process that's been done for 500 plus years, and really popularized during the Renaissance by artists like Leonardo and Raphael and all of the other Ninja Turtles. And so the Imprimatura literally translate as the priming layer, the first layer, the prime layer. And essentially what we're doing is we're staining it with a little bit of color. So different artists have used different colors over the centuries. The typical color would be kind of a rusty reddish brown color, an earthy tone that can serve as kind of a mid-value between white and black. And so that if you start there, then you can be lightening and darkening. And as opposed to what a lot of artists do is start with just a white canvas, in which you're probably generally just darkening and darkening and darker. So, or that would be kind of like starting with a white canvas and just getting darker and darker. The opposite of that would be, let's say, painting on black velvet, in which you're starting dark and then you're just basically lightening. So the priming layer is sort of starting with this mid value like a gray, and then therefore you're kind of expanding the value contrasts in between. I did a whole episode on value and doing value scales to learn about the importance of being able to mix tints, tones, and shades, mixing white, gray, and black into your paintings. I think that's really important. But anyway, I think this is important. You don't have to do it, but I'm quite confident that it's going to improve your paintings dramatically, especially if you're a beginner. So let's just take a look at this specific painting, because I know that she's done the Imprimatura on some of her other paintings, but this particular one I'm not so sure of. So what I want to do is I'm just going to zoom in and see if I can find any information here that might tell me what that color might be. So what I'm looking for is potentially like kind of gaps between paint to see if there's, like, we see the white or the brown or gray in behind these colors. And in this instance, I can't really see, I don't have any particular clues in this painting. But one thing I see in her work is it tends to be a little bit darker, the way that it's almost like she is lightening everything up on top of a darker background. I think that's sort of a key feature that I've identified with from her work. I'm not necessarily sure that's entirely true, but it's just what I see in her work. It always seems to, especially when she's doing like figures, I feel like she starts darker and goes lighter and lighter and lighter. So that would be the exact opposite of painting on a white surface. I suspect she's painting on a darker, I'm getting my metaphor here all upside down. I suspect she's generally starting on a darker surface and then lightening up as we go. So, but I think I'm still going to begin with my typical warm yellow Imprimatura, and then we'll kind of go from there. Because one thing I really like about doing the Imprimatura, I say this all the time, is it's a little bit of like a mindless activity. I can do it. I don't really have to think about why I'm doing it or how to do it. I can just start painting, squeeze paint right out of the tube, and get that initial bit of paint on the canvas as a bit of like a routine or habit, and that just sort of gets me going. You know, it's just like You know, if you're someone who likes to jog first thing in the morning, you know, you might have your running shoes right at the edge of your bed. Or sometimes I've even heard people sleeping in their running shoes. So you wake up in the morning, you're not even really sure what you're doing, where you are. You're just like, okay, put my shoes on, let's go for a run. What I'm adding here is water to my acrylic paint. This is absolutely the only time I ever use water when I'm painting with acrylic paints. There's no law against it, and I see plenty of people here on YouTube who teach people to use water, and I have done that in previous episodes. But it's generally kind of discouraged because obviously we use water to clean our brushes. So adding water to the paint breaks the bonds down. So why am I doing it at all if I just, after everything I just said? Well, basically what we're doing here again is less painting and more what we would technically call staining. So paint generally sits on top of a surface like paper or canvas, whereas a stain is a lot more like watercolor. It's being absorbed into the surface. It's staining it. You know, just like if you spill something on your carpet and it's going into the carpet or into that fancy sweater you just bought, right? So the gesso is basically a plaster-based material. It's plaster and acrylic medium and white paint, and so it absorbs water really well. And what I'm hoping is that this color gets absorbed into every little bit of the surface to kind of obliterate that white. And so that's why I'm also going crisscrossing in different directions. I'm hoping that it's going to get into every little nook and cranny here. Beautiful. Just like that. And so I just rub the excess paint off on a rag or a towel, and then now I'm going to clean the brush in my water. I do this all the time so that, first of all, it makes it much easier, faster to clean a brush when most of the paint goes off onto a rag as opposed to into the water. And if I do this like that, I can paint for, as I have done, for like 12 hours with a little cup of water. Often when I see people painting in person, they're changing their water every 5-10 minutes because they just take a paintbrush loaded with paint and they're cleaning it off in here. And then you get all this sediment in the bottom. And of course, this goes down the sink, it goes out into the ocean, gets eaten by the fish. And acrylic is basically plastic. So then the fish eat those microplastics, and then we catch those fish and have them as our sushi, and then we in turn absorb all of that plastic. And last I checked, plastic is not part of the normal healthy diet. So I want to try to introduce as little plastic into the natural environment as possible. So I'd rather that plastic get all over my rag or towel, which can go into the landfill, which is again is not ideal, but it's better there than in the ocean, right? Okay, so we'll let this dry, and while that's drying, we'll have a little conversation here. Oh, that's my water. I'm like, what is that little sliver of yellow down the bottom corner? Now what I want to do is I want to take a little break here and talk about the art of Paula Rego and look at why she is such an important artist and an influential artist. Beyond just art, she had an incredible impact on society, particularly in Portuguese society, Portugal, where she was originally born. So let's get there. Okay, where should we go? Sorry, just gonna go. Okay. So Paula Rego was originally born in Lisbon, Portugal, and in 1935, and lived a long and super productive life until she passed away just recently in 2022 at age 87. And a really incredible artist, a really incredible woman, definitely a really important feminist figure, if there ever was one, who really used her art to help create incredible transformational change in both Portugal, where she was born, and England, where she spent most of her career and adult life. So, her father, basically, I think just a quick little background into the world in which she was born. She's born in Portugal, kind of in the years leading up to World War II, and I think in 1932, so just a few years before she was born, there was a fascist dictator that took power in Portugal, who stayed there all the way until 1968. Let me see. Is there information about him here? Let me see. The name of the dictator. Well, maybe this will keep me from going down a YouTube or a Wikipedia hole, but the dictator Salazar took power in Portugal from 1932 to 1968 and claimed to be a benevolent dictator, a good dictator, which, as if you watch any of the interviews with Paula Rego, she talks about there's really no such thing as a good dictator, right? They all try to present themselves as good dictators, but when you only have one person running a country for a quarter of a century and there's no opposition, well, bad things tend to evolve from that. So, having said that, her father in particular, her family were strident anti-fascists and who stood up to that fascist dictatorship, which was pretty dangerous. Again, dictators don't particularly like hearing other people's opinions, particularly opinions that disagree with their own. So I think that kind of figured into her personality growing up, and then later in the work that she made. I think that gave her the confidence to be to maybe stand up for what she believed in when she saw that the what her father did to stand up for his beliefs. And I think that gave her, that was very empowering for her. And so I think her family, in many ways, was very, very important to her for lots of different reasons. But maybe, at its simplest form, is giving her the confidence to follow her own path and beat her own drum and stand up against especially the authoritarian government in Portugal, but as we'll see, for other reasons as well. So her father worked as an engineer, and when she was quite young, her father got transferred to England. And I imagine that part of that might have also been like, her father was like, maybe this is probably a bad place for me to be right now, considering my political beliefs. So maybe, there's a job outside the country that might keep me alive. Smart thing to do might be to take that job. And shortly thereafter, her mother followed her father to England, leaving her in Portugal with her grandmother. I think it was her maternal grandmother. I'm not actually sure which side of the family the grandmother was, but her grandmother played a really important role in her life. Basically, her grandmother imparted to the young Paula a love of traditional Portuguese folk tales and stories, and that those not only the kind of like stories of like traditional stories and myths and things of Portuguese culture stayed with her, but I think that love of childhood and recognizing the importance of early childhood memories plays a really important role in her work, because later on she uses a lot of of she kind of evokes like nostalgia for childhood, and she's really interested in movies that she saw when she was young, etc. So let's kind of skip ahead here. So she basically, when she's in her, I think she's like 16 years old, she goes to England. I'm not sure if she stayed with her family, but she goes where her family was in England, so she also goes to England, and she settles at first in Sevenoaks in Kent, which is in the south of England, and very soon after applies to go to the Chelsea School of Art, but eventually decides to go to the Slade School of Art, both in London, and she studies art there. While she's in school at the Slade, she meets the man who would eventually become her husband, Victor Willing, and that's a really interesting story too that we'll get to, because in many ways their relationship kind of defies certain kind of gender stereotypes and norms I think in a really positive way. That anyway, we'll come back to that, but I think that's not only does she learns a lot while she's in school, but she meets her husband and a number of other artists that form her circle as she grows. Shortly after school, she becomes associated with a group called the London Group, which is a group of artists, primarily English artists, who become really, really important in the late 50s, early 60s. Particularly artists like David Hockney and Frank Auerbach. We've done an episode on David Hockney. I really do want to do a Frank Auerbach painting. I think that would be really cool for a lot of you. Frank Auerbach is very famous for his really thick, goopy paintings. He's also still, both Hockney and Auerbach are still alive, although they are getting up there in age. You know, they're contemporaries of Paula Rego, who died just recently at age 87. So, you know, these are artists in their early 90s right now, and who are among, I think, some of the greatest living artists of our time. And when they pass away, we're talking about sort of like the great, you know, some of the greatest living artists passing the mantle to the new generation, which will be, you know, I think be a big sad time. I think when Paula Rego died, that was a huge loss to the art world, but her impact was enormous, as we'll see, and so even after death, her influence continues to create waves throughout the world. But anyway, that just goes to show that she's directly associated and friends with two other towering figures in world art, and particularly in British art. Let's just scroll down here. What else do I want to mention? You know, throughout the 70s and 80s, her art continues to get more and more recognition, not only in England but also back in Spain, or in Portugal, sorry, because the fascist government of Salazar lasted all the way until 1972 or 1974, and so during that time, her work, and I don't know if I have too much. Let me see if I can find. Okay, so here's sort of, this is a work that she did in 1966 that sort of shows the typical work that she was making throughout the 60s and early 70s. And I think part of her decision to make work in this kind of semi-abstract style was to, and she talks very openly about making work that was very progressive and even political in many ways, but was able to kind of skirt through the law in Portugal, which obviously prevented artists from making explicitly anti-fascist work, right? Because obviously, even though she's now living in England, she has family, her grandmother still living back in Portugal. She's got friends there, and so she wants to go back and exhibit in her home country, but knowing that if she just made a painting that was, you know, explicitly against Salazar, that could, you know, cause her to get thrown in jail or punishment, retribution to her family. So she's making these sort of these paintings that are kind of a little bit ambiguous. Sometimes the titles of them, though, lead very little to the imagination. In fact, let's check out this painting here. Oops. I guess so. This painting is from 1960. So this would have been shortly after she finished school. This, what is this one called? Salazar Vomiting the Homeland from 1960, and this is, looks kind of pretty dark, this particular image here, but essentially what this is the dictator Salazar vomiting up Portugal. Some people believe it's this figure is Salazar, although there's three of them that are all seem to be in the midst of vomiting something up. You know, I think these are some eyes, a nose, and a mouth, and the country being ejected from Salazar's belly. So this idea of like that this dictator is like chewing and digesting the country and vomiting up the remains of it after it's been transformed into this slushy muck, this bile-filled, smelly, you know, it's that he's ruining the country, right? And so again, that's, you know, while the painting itself might be kind of ambiguous, the title leaves very little to the imagination. So, but anyway, so those are some of her early works. Let's, in the, you know, after Salazar leaves office and the fascist government in Portugal is overthrown, her work also got way more figurative in the kind of more traditional sense. And let's gonna open up in another thing here. Let's actually, maybe if I go back to, there's no real images of her work on the Wikipedia page, and I tried to use the Wiki Art page today, but I see Wiki Art is somehow just converted their into a store. It's the Wiki Art store, and I couldn't, it was working last night, but today not so much. So I just want to share this painting. This is another one of her really famous works, The Dance from 1988. This is in the collection of the Tate Museum. I think this is in, does it say where it's on display? It doesn't. Probably at the Tate Britain, or maybe the Tate Modern, I'm not sure. Or it could be the Tate Liverpool. That there's a number of Tates around. But this is, often seen as sort of one of the iconic works of her kind of mid-career point here. And this painting she was working on and completed shortly after the death of her husband. So maybe it's just worth just sort of quickly talking about him, Victor Willing. Victor Willing was himself a great artist, although he basically gave up his art career when Paula Rego's father passed away. And when her father passed away, he was running this like an electrical engineering company. Victor Willing took over his father-in-law's company and he knew nothing about the business at all, but he manned up, took over the family business while his wife Paula Rego was raising their children, and continued working in that job while after Paula had helped raise their children and while her own art career took off. So I think he's sort of like a bit of an unsung hero in the work of Paula Rego. She talks openly about her love for her husband and the support that he gave her, and how grateful she was for him. I mean, she also talks about Victor Willing was diagnosed with I think it was MS, multiple sclerosis, and really only towards the very end of his life, in the late 80s, I think he started painting in the early 80s again, on recommendation by his doctors. As his health was declining, he started painting again in order to kind of explore some of those feelings and emotions. And he made a number of pretty haunting paintings towards the end of his life, kind of documenting his physical deterioration. But I think this... Sorry, I gotta... Got all this phlegm in my throat here. I think, in a way that... we often hear behind every great man there's a great woman, right? And that there's often, all these great artists, might like say Jackson Pollock, you have Lee Krasner sort of giving up her career in order to support Jackson Pollock in his career, and only after Jackson dies does Lee Krasner, she able to devote herself to her own artwork. That's, I'd say, the typical story amongst male artists is you have this sort of unsung female in the background who's taking care of the family, in some cases even working to support the husband. And here I think is a great example of those roles being reversed, where Victor Willing sort of sacrificed his own career to help support the family, and then ultimately his wife's career. And I think we're all really grateful for that incredible sacrifice, because had he not taken over her father's business, probably she herself wouldn't have been able to devote as much time as she did to her own artwork. And so I just really want to highlight that. I think that there's a beautiful kind of love story here. And even though Paula Rego is considered to be, a feminist icon, she also recognized she had, in a way, a fairly traditional family home life, and talked about the importance of men in the feminist revolution. So, and that's part of what I'm trying to do here, is also feature really important, strong women, because I believe I have a young daughter myself, and so I want her to grow up knowing about all these great women, and particularly female artists, who have helped make radical change in our world. Because I think we need one another, right? Anyway, let's see. What else do I want to talk about? Maybe I'll just go back here and let's go through some of these images. Another really important series of works she did was, let me see, the Dog Woman series. We looked at that already. Where did that file go? So kind of in the late 80s, she embarks on this series of paintings, late 80s, early 90s, the Dog Women series, which are all of these paintings of women in these kind of animalistic poses. And one thing is Paula Rego hired female models to paint from for the vast majority of her work. She did very few self-portraits that I'm aware of. I've watched videos where she talks about she's not really interested in self-portraits, although she did tend to hire female models that bore, you know, I wouldn't say a striking resemblance to her, but a resemblance to her, often with sort of dark hair as she had when she was younger. And so part of this was to kind of, you know, get at this sort of like raw feminine energy, to rather than depict women as maybe a lot of male artists have done as sort of these kind of objects of beauty that are there just to be looked at, that really have no power or agency, you know, that are just laying there splayed out for people to ogle, often men to purchase and have in their offices or boardrooms. Paula's sort of take on that is to feature these women in poses that are particularly not very sexual, that kind of maybe aren't, that prevent them from being objects of the male gaze, right? And kind of overturn certain kinds of gender stereotypes of what women can be or what they're supposed to be, etc. And so that becomes also a kind of a major body of work of hers. And then we get into the subject of today's painting. So these she creates in 1995. Where am I think. So I'll just show this image here. This shows the series, The Dancing Ostriches, which are inspired by Disney's movie Fantasia from Fantasia is like, now I gotta look up when Fantasia happened, but we'll just see, these are the size of these paintings. They're quite large, so they're, kind of basically arm's length, 48 by 48 inches or so, mostly square paintings, including today's painting, which I know I've converted into a more rectangular landscape-oriented picture, but originally it was square format, or just slightly wider. But they are huge paintings, and in this Dancing Ostriches series, she's done 8 of, I believe there's 8, although I read somewhere also they called it 9 paintings. So, but I think it's 8 panels that are loosely inspired by Walt Disney's Fantasia. And so again, this goes back to her interest in kind of childhood and nostalgia for youth, and also kind of talking about some of the struggles that young women face, and we'll get to that here very shortly. But she's kind of taken the images of, if you remember in fact, maybe let's bring this up. The Fantasia 1940, that comes out. Let's see the... I'm not going to play any of these clips here, but if you've seen the movie Fantasia, which is, you know, an incredible movie, like that's a really high achievement for Disney to do. It was explicitly intended to be much more of an art film than anything he had done previously. But there's this scene where you have these dancing ostriches, and you know, it's kind of funny, but it's also, you know, shows some very traditional ballet performance, you know, so it's kind of there's something kind of a little bit kind of because it's done in a kind of serious way, but with these sort of silly images. That's why Fantasia is kind of this strange movie that both kind of appeals to kids and adults, and I think that's what Walt Disney was trying to do, is trying to create this very universal film that was, because, you know, often people are like, oh, animation is just for little kids. So Disney wanted to kind of show, you know what, we can make a really incredible animated movie that adults can be, you know, and serious art critics can enjoy and appreciate too. So let's so these images of the where's my image? Okay, there's a whole book on them. Okay, here we are. So these large dancing ostrich paintings are, you know, show these female dancers, both sometimes dancing, but often sort of gathered together. They're kind of like you see, you have a few of them actually dancing, but a lot of them seem to be sort of in between performances. They're kind of hanging out, kind of sleeping, practicing, stretching, etc. I particularly, you know, the reason why we're doing today's painting is it's just one figure, and it's which makes it a little bit easier, as opposed to some of these other ones where you got 3 figures, or in these cases you've got like maybe a dozen of them all together, and that obviously would take us much longer to do. But I think these are really beautiful, very powerful paintings. You know, one thing that immediately strikes me is I look at these paintings and I see depictions of the female body that are not idealized, that are not, you know, Playboy magazine pinup models, you know, these Barbie doll figures. These are much more I think depictions of women that most of us know, right? That are much more familiar to maybe even the audience of the work. And I think that again shows Paula's you know, attempt to recalibrate the art viewing audience away from these purely sexualized images of women. And, you know, ballet dancers have been the subject of a lot of art over the years. And I think her work here is particularly plays homage to or recuperates, rehabilitates the dancers that we find in Edgar Degas. So, you know, Edgar Degas very famously made paintings, drawings, oil pastel sketches, and sculptures of young ballet dancers. And, you know, you're thinking about, this is Edgar Degas, would have been in his like late 50s, and he's hanging out in ballet studios making paintings of, you know, 12-year-old girls, which, you know, it seems a little bit, little creepy, little weird. You know, I mean, the work that he did is unarguably beautiful, but again, there is, you know, something about it that feels like a particular period in time. Like, I think if a white male artist of today was to go out and make a bunch of paintings of 12-year-old ballet dancers, people would be like, who are these girls? Like, couldn't you have chosen maybe older women, or, you know, like people your own age? Like, it just seems a little bit, yeah. So anyway, so I think when we look at the work that, where's my link here? You know, she's painting ballet dancers, but we have like fully grown women, and they're not idealized depictions of the female body, and I think that is, you know, I just think there's, you know, it just shows the difference between what a female artist does with the same subject matter versus an old white guy might do, and how they might see very different things in that looking at with the same theme. Anyway, what else do I want to mention here? Okay, I think I want to talk about something just briefly for maybe a minute that might be a little bit controversial for some people and might be upsetting for a few people. And I know that there can be a lot of very heated disagreements about this. So if you need to go to the bathroom, just go to the bathroom really quickly. I'm not going to show anything on screen that might be offensive, but I know that some people might find this a little bit upsetting. So I just want to, but this is a really important part of her work, and I think I'd be not really doing her justice if I didn't talk about this. So one of the things that a really powerful part of Paula Rego's career was the work that she did around the theme of abortion. And she was committed to the cause of making abortion legal, both in England and especially in her home country of Portugal. And she made a number of artworks that depicted women in the act of having abortions, and she, although at first was kind of cagey or denied the fact that she had abortions because she didn't want that to be the topic of the conversation of those pieces, she did later on talk about how that she did, when she was younger, have several abortions. And she was very upset that in in Portugal, there was a vote to criminalize abortion in the mid-90s, and that really upset her. I can't quite figure out exactly what period of time she began this series of paintings, abortion-themed paintings, but they're not really unsafe for work. But again, the goal of these paintings was to show women in the midst of, you know, probably one of the most traumatic moments of their lives. And let's see, here's a number of these sort of sketches. She did do large paintings. So maybe again, I want to try to keep these episodes as family friendly as possible. So again, there's nothing here that might be explicitly kind of I mean, I think this is a really important topic. And so, anyway, she created these paintings. They became really, really celebrated and maybe upsetting to some people. But eventually, there was another vote in Portugal in 2007 in which abortion was legalized, and the president of Portugal directly credited the work of Paula Rego as being one of the most, if not the most important reason why the public was motivated to vote in favor of legalizing abortion. And it's very hard to think of more of any other artists who've had that level of political impact in their home country than what Paula Rego did around that cause. And that was a cause very important to her, and I think it's also a very important cause for a lot of feminist movements. And so, I mean, whether you even disagree with that cause, I think it's hard to debate. You have to have some appreciation for an artist being able to create that type of transformational change. Again, maybe you disagree and think that was a disaster, but you'd have to agree that it's pretty surprising that an artist could have that level of impact on a society. So, okay, so we'll just return back to our originally scheduled episode here. What else do I want to mention? Oh, I did bring up a couple of other artists I think are important in the work that she did. One would be Jean Dubuffet. We haven't done a Dubuffet painting before, but especially kind of her earlier work kind of owes some debt to Dubuffet, and then also to Chaim Soutine here, who was another kind. He was an artist, a little bit of a older. Well, I guess he would have been a contemporary of a Dubuffet, but is kind of also known for these kind of, how would you say, figures, the way that the paint is applied, and also sometimes distortions in the human figure. And that's one thing I think about with Paula Rego's paintings is often the anatomy, the proportions are. She takes creative liberties with the proportions of the women that she paints. Meaning, not that she did a bad job of it, but she's often exaggerating parts of the female body that, in a deliberate way, to maybe make them so that they defy those kind of norms that are promoted by, magazines that say that every woman should be a certain sort of dimension, and so she's kind of maybe exaggerating hips and waists and legs and things in a way that kind of fall a little bit outside of the norm that women are told their bodies are supposed to fall inside. And so Soutine also kind of really played with the distortion of the human body, but also kind of just like the very brushy, painterly brushstrokes is something that we often find in Paula Rego's work as well. Obviously, maybe not, some of these kind of distortions in the faces are a little bit, well, I mean, some of Rego's earlier work kind of takes some of those forms. Anyway, okay, I better get on my horse here. What else do I want to mention? Yeah, I mean, I think what's amazing is there are lots of videos, documentaries, and interviews with her online that you can watch. You can listen to her talking about her work. In this case, she's talking explicitly about some of the work we were just talking about. And she was painting right up until the very end. You could see when I get to, there's a, I can see if I can, I don't, well, I'm not going to find it here really quickly, but there's a video of her like in her early 80s making these prints, working with a printmaker, and just watching her draw, like, wow, this woman is in her early 80s and she is like fully there and cranking out like really powerful drawings on the spot, live on camera. And I was just, all I can think is like, wow, I would love to, like, when I'm her age, to still be that productive, that articulate, both with my voice and also with my hand. And so I think, the some of the reasons why she's such an important artist is, I think, her fearlessness to create work that she believed in and to stand up for her beliefs when she didn't have to. She was doing very well without kind of wading into some of the more political stuff that she found herself in. But I think the fact that she did stand up and used her platform and her work to talk about issues that were really important to her makes her kind of a hero to a lot of younger people, to the new generation. So, yeah, I'm really excited to work on this painting. It's a little bit of a challenge, but I think I'm up for it if you're up for it. So, and whoa, look at the chat. I don't know, there's got to be a couple hundred messages in here. Okay, I'm just going to try to quickly scan through here and answer any questions that I see. Louise says, I'm taking your online beginner classes and it's really fun. Problem is that I'm very busy and don't have a lot of time. Do you have a tip on how to practice drawing when on a tight schedule? Wow, that's a great question. How to make art when you're on a tight schedule? Well, I think it's to, excuse me. I think part of it is to try to, that's what the drawing course is a little bit about, is trying to maybe work a little bit faster. And so literally putting a little timer on your phone or your watch or clock, and just be kind of mindful of the time, because time can slip away really quickly and we end up getting that eraser out and trying to fix everything to make perfect artwork. I think sometimes having a clock kind of ticking down, you realize, okay, I can either spend my time erasing and fixing and trying to make things perfect, or I can just move forward, right? And try and just sort of try to embrace some of those quote unquote mistakes and try to incorporate them into the finished artwork. I think erasers, slow things down. They make us way more self-conscious. There's lots of art techniques that I show in the beginner drawing course that are all about sort of trying to short circuit that checking and correcting mindset of trying to make things perfect and like always, feeling that something could be improved, versus just like, what, it's not perfect, but I'm just gonna keep moving forward. It's like, if you're running errands and you spill some coffee on your kitchen table while you're getting ready for work, some people could just have a meltdown and be like, okay, this day is off to a bad start. You know what? I'm just going to get back in bed and go back to sleep. Right? That's what I feel a little bit like an eraser is. It's just like, versus, it's like, okay, I spilt my coffee. What are you going to do? I'll clean it up a little bit, and then let's just keep on moving, go forward. Let's go to work, right? And sort of shrugging your shoulders and moving on. So I think that will help you get to a place where you can draw a little bit faster, and often those kind of problems start to evaporate the more and more you do, right? The important thing is just to keep moving forward. Miss Solof Maria says, popping in to say hi. I was in one of your drawing for animation classes about 3 years ago at Emily Carr, and it was so fun seeing your work again. By far one of the best teachers I've ever had. Oh, that's so cool. Thank you. Oh, it's so great to see former students of mine from university popping in the chat. That's so cool. That's so awesome. Well, I would love to hear what you're up to. Send me an email. I'm sure you probably still have it. It's the same email from when I probably sent you grades and stuff back in the day. That's so cool. I'd love to see what you're up to. Yeah, keep me posted. Najma says, hello from Afghanistan. Oh, wow, that's so cool. Hello, my friend. Thank you for tuning in on the other side of the world. I wonder what time it is in Afghanistan right now. That's so awesome. And Senga, I love all your greeting everybody and saying hi to everyone. There's Sankit there. Oh, wow. Najma, oh, wow, cool. Talking about everyone from Glasgow, from India, Afghanistan. Wow. Okay, Sankit's got to charge his phone. The electricity just cut out. Oh, my goodness. I love that people from all over the world can meet together and talk about art and share their love for art. Again, this is what I think, why I think art is so important, so powerful, is art can transcend whatever political belief you might have, religious belief, genders, and ages, sexuality. I mean, whatever it might be, all of us feel compelled to make art, and we all have a story to tell. And I think knowing how to paint and draw or play violin or dance are ways that we can help communicate the feelings and thoughts we have inside. So, man, this makes me so excited. Senga says it's nearly, what is that, 7 p.m. out there. Hoping to see the Northern Lights tonight. Everyone's talking about the Northern Lights lately. I wonder what's going on in the world that makes the Northern Lights so much easier to see than ever before. All of these hearts and smiley faces and laughter. Oh, it makes me so exciting. Oh, there's Barbara. Hey, Barbara. Yes, this looks like an interesting artist for sure. And says, I've come across Paula Rego's work in my own studies, very different from other subjects. Najma says, this man is the best artist I've ever seen in my entire life. I was about to leave, but I see you here, Barbara. Oh my goodness. Well, you must be talking about somebody else. Barbara says, I was looking for Michael's next masterclass. Where has he been this week? I'm having withdrawal symptoms. Yes, it's been a bit of a busy week. I'm being renovicted from my place, so I'm in the midst of trying to find a new place to work and do these and live and also do these episodes. So things are going to be a little bit up in the air probably throughout the summer when I'm trying to use some of my free time to try to start moving. So we're probably going to start seeing the studio around me start to kind of get packed up and disassembled over the course of the next few months here. So it's my time is a little bit, it's going to be a little stressful trying to figure out how things are going to unfold over the next little while. But I'll be here, and I've got a stack of artwork all prepped up and ready to go for the next few months. So I'm not going anywhere. I'm still going to be doing it, but it's just going to be a little bit haphazard, these episodes. So I'm doing them when I can, because this is something obviously I firmly believe in. So anyway, let's And it looks like, is my camera a little bit out of focus? I'm just going to... Okay, I think that's a little bit better. So let's move on here. Wow, okay, time is flying. So underpainting. Do we want to do an underpainting? Can I get away without it? I think I need to do a little bit of underpainting. So let's get some paint on the palette here as quickly as possible. So I'm just putting a little bit of those colors to the side here because I'm going to mix my own black in a moment. Okay, I'll move that off to the side. So, basically what I've taken here, I've got my cool blue, cool yellow, and warm red, and I'm going to stir them up and make a black. Now you can see I just squeezed that paint out of the tube. It didn't really measure it out properly. And so it's unlikely I'm going to get a perfect black right off the bat here. Although that's pretty close. You know, essentially if we've got equal amounts, we should be able to cancel each of those paints out and we get this black. So that's actually pretty close. Then you'll notice it's not like a black. It's not a super dark black. It's still a bit of a gray, and that's because every paint company is going to put a little bit of white in the paint as a filler. And so that's typical, but it's just that some paint companies will put a little bit more in there than a little bit more white in there than others, and those are the ones that I don't like, because it just makes, if we try to mix this with like the Peebo paint, for instance, you're going to notice that this color is just going to be kind of like a light gray, right? And that can be super frustrating. And I've seen many people like thinking they're doing something wrong. And it's like, no, you're not doing anything wrong. That's something you can blame on your materials. Barbara says, out of focus camera. I thought it was my eyesight. Senga says, I would love to paint Salvador Dali's Christ St. John. Is that the one where Christ is sort of floating overhead? I have a couple of Dali paintings lined up coming down the pipeline. I don't know when we'll do them. Again, the summer is going to be a little bit chaotic for me, but okay. So I'll try to get to as quickly as I can. That painting, though, if it's the one I think about by Dali, is pretty tricky. So that's my only worry about doing stuff like that, is it being a little bit I'm not that it has stopped me before from doing some pretty complex paintings, but so this is just going to help in case, you know, later on here, the paint starts to really build up and I lose some of these details. I can use these darker lines to help me see through maybe subsequent layers of paint. And my goal is not to kind of paint, to spend too much time here doing really nice versions of these, because they're just going to get covered up. It's just to help me see, you know, where the hands or fingers are generally supposed to be. The other thing too is sometimes just even the texture of these lines comes through. Maybe sometimes the lines themselves get completely covered up and I can't see them, but I can see the texture coming through. Okay, I think that's probably good enough to help me get started here. Now that we've got some of these outlines painted, let's start painting in the background. And I think for this purpose, the background's going to be everything besides the figure, the ballet dancer or the dancing ostrich, as she's put it in here. So let's just take a look at the original and just think about how we might want to approach that. Well, you know, obviously we've got this cool blue, or it's actually this, I would say it's a bit more, well, you got cool blue. You know, it actually, well, I would say it's coolish. It's not cold, but it's cool. So, you know, some of these blues are actually a little bit warmer. Like you can see there's almost a bit of a purplish quality to them. So that's gonna, you know, if we just paint a cool blue back here, it's gonna be a little bit, the colors won't match. So I think it's just probably got actually a little bit more of a combination between cool blue and warm blue. But I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start with my cool blue and then maybe add some warm blues over top of it, just to kind of push that background back. And then if we want to add warmer blues on top, at least it's grounded with some colder colors. So, should we do this? Let's go to here. So, we're going to be using a fair amount of white here. Where should we do this? Yeah, let's do this here because there's not a lot of green. So let's take our cool blue and just kind of show you. You can see how like cool that appears. Maybe a little bit too cool. Let's take a bit more. Okay. So I'm actually going to take a little bit of, oops, this might be a bit too much, cool red. And what that is that's going, you know, it's skipping over the warm blue. So it's a little bit closer to my neutral core, which is what that's going to do is it's going to mute that blue down a little bit. And you'll notice it's kind of almost starting to become a little bit warmer. Or maybe appearing to be a bit warmer. There you go. Maybe you can see that. So I think that's good. I think we're going to go use a little bit of warm blue perhaps shortly here. But just making a bigger batch of it here. Okay. So notice how we've got kind of a color that appears kind of like a warm blue, but it's actually comprised of cold colors. Cool blue and cool red. I'm just going to get a little bit of a smaller brush here to get into some of these little nooks and crannies. So once I've painted in some of those little details, I'm going to take my bigger brush just to kind of go over as much as possible so I don't get too many kind of little textured outlines in and around like the fingers. Because often I notice that happens when we're painting, you know, close up. Sometimes you see kind of almost like a little outline where somebody used a small brush. So you'll notice I'm kind of going back and forth between big brushes and small brushes to sort of create a bit more of a unified surface there. So that's pretty close. I'm going to blow dry this really quickly though. So I saw a little bit of texture there, and as I was blow drying it, I'm like, you know what, I'm just going to try to fix that really quickly. And then, of course, it kind of smeared and created a bigger problem. So that's why it's always, you know, it's just like, have patience, Michael. Let's just let the paint dry, and then we'll take care of it, you know. I'm my own worst enemy here when it comes to doing it. But, you know, again, that's why you can learn from me, and you just sort of try to do everything that I'm not doing, and you'll probably end up with a great painting. So I'm just going over this a second time. One of the things I feel like I see in her work is like a solidity. Like her work, there's not a lot of like opacity in her work. They're quite there's a boldness to her color application, a thickness, not necessarily in texture, but how to describe it, like that's what the rest of today's episode is. What is how to describe the, I don't know, there's an opacity to the figures. I don't know if I want to ascribe any kind of meaning behind that, as if it's like there's a conceptual, you know, reason for it beyond just a stylistic choice, but okay. Oh, there's Ari. Ari's in Belgium. It's cloudy and rainy, horrible here as well. Well, we must have gotten your nice weather, because as I said a little bit earlier, it was cold. Like, we had a little bit of nice summery weather for about a week, and then it disappeared, and it was like, oh, I guess that's summer. Come and gone already. And then last few days it's been beautiful, and this, I went on a little adventure with my daughter the other day, and we went to like a splash pool, and I took photographs. I didn't realize at the time it was really bright, so we had our baseball hats on. But later on, looking at the pictures, the sky was like bright blue, and the clouds were like right. It looked like I used some sort of app to replace the sky. I was like, wow, I don't remember the sky looking so beautiful. Ari says, I really want to paint, but I'm feeling a bit rubbish right now. So I'm just listening to Michael's soothing voice. Aw, thank you. And there's Amy, says, hi from Ontario. Hi, Amy. Welcome. Everyone's talking about weather today. So what's the weather like out on the other side of Canada right now? This is interesting. It kind of looks like the Ukrainian flag at the moment. Unintentionally so, but that's kind of interesting to note. Okay. I'm going to let that dry. And then there is, obviously, you know, little details in here that she's, I think, using pastel to achieve some of that. Again, I'm not going to be using pastel for today's painting. But let's get the ground established. And then we can come back and work in the background a little bit afterwards. So that ground, that's a little bit tricky. So what kind of color is this? Let's zoom in. Oops. So obviously it's a gray, but like what kind of gray are we talking about here? That is, I mean, that's tricky. It's like, there's some kind of greens and reds. To me, it sort of looks a little bit on the reddish side. Like there's red and then sort of like green in there. Man, that is really tricky. Let's zoom in. Can I go in any further? So the only way to really find out is by actually just mixing the colors. So let's take some white, because we're going to need a lot of it. We'll start with that. Let's take some black. And so we can start to compare. We can be, okay, there's a kind of my black, and there's a little bit of blue in there, and blue on my paintbrush. We can look. Looks similar, but I'm going to take a bit more warm red. Put that in there. And voila, I think that's pretty close. It's also, took my warm red here because I want this to be in the foreground. So we're going to mix a bit more of that paint so that I don't want to run out halfway. So I'm just going to get a bit more white in here. You can see I'm not using a lot of red. I just need a little bit. fact, it looks like I might have even put just a little bit too much in there. But that's okay. Yeah, you can really see I put a bit too much in there. But, you know, my goal here is not to do a perfect color matching, really at any time, but especially at this stage of the process, I just want to kind of get a color in place, get rid of as much of this yellow as I can. Because, you know, it is possible that as I paint a little bit more on here, I might say to myself, you know what, actually, maybe a bit more of a reddish gray is exactly what we need. And then I'm like, why did I spend all that time getting rid of it? I had it right the first time. Wow, yeah, you can see, I mean, you can see I barely put any red in there, and look how red it now appears. I think part of that actually is the yellow Imprimatura beneath this that is kind of reacting with my gray and kind of making it a little bit warmer than it might have ordinarily have appeared. Maybe I'll just show that little technique that I'm doing here again. So to try to get like a nice straight line, what I'm going to do here is just sort of brush it in. Now, obviously, it made that look a little bit thinner. So let me just go right across here, right? Okay. Those lines that were there before were from her shadow, so I just painted that out. I'm not too worried about being able to find the shadow or even get it in the exact right direction at all anyway, so. Now, you can see I'm using a pretty big brush for a lot of these details. It's not the easiest thing to do, to use a bigger brush for details, but I think, you know, if you can, it's a good practice, because we don't always want to be just relying on the smallest brushes we have. And also, as soon as you break that small brush out and start using it, it's hard to kind of put it down, and you start kind of getting into finicky little details. And there's nothing wrong with getting into the details, but I want to save that to a later step, because it's going to slow me down. Miss Solof Maria says, is there a specific color you prefer to use as a base layer in paintings, or just any light color? Well, I generally tend to really like using this warm yellow as a base, as my Imprimatura. But, you know, you could use any color, really. I mean, there's a, if you're still here in Vancouver, there's a Vancouver artist, a really well-known, highly respected Vancouver artist, Kim Dorland. Maybe I'll just bring him up here. I'd love to do a Kim Dorland episode. Let's see. But, you know, with his work, you can see he's using like fluorescent pink as an Imprimatura, right? Which is like really intense, really loud. I love his paintings. That's why I'd love to do a painting inspired by his work here, because I think that's a really kind of audacious way of starting a painting. So here's one. He's got this bright yellow in behind. Let's see. I've seen him use all sorts of colors like green. So he's being really audacious with those bright priming layers for colors he's using for that. So Kim Dorland, awesome local artist as well. You know, well known around the world these days, but somebody I think to consider. Thunderbird sings Diana. I was gonna say, is it signs or sings? It's sings. Thunderbird sings Diana. It says, hello, hi Thunderbird. Welcome to the show. Okay. So, okay, yeah, as I look at this, that purple, my gray, looks really purple right now. But I also have to remember, it's right next to this yellow, and that yellow is going to infect every color around it. It's going to make the blue next to it appear darker and a deeper blue, and it's going to make this gray next to it appear darker and also more purpley, because those are colors that are literally across from one another on the color wheel. Yellow and purple, exactly diametrically opposed from one another. So they're going to, so also that in the same way, it's going to also make this yellow look more intense than it might look if we just painted these exact same colors on a white background or a black background. It's sign. It's, yeah. Yeah. Sing. Yeah, it's sign. That's right. Yeah, sorry. Let's, are we ready to move on? I think, yeah, let's go to the next step here. So now that we've got the background established, and again, I'm just for our sake here considering the kind of the bottom half of the painting that's technically in the foreground as part of our background, just for convenience sake for these titles. So now let's work. Oh, did I forget this space under her arm? Okay, hold on, just before I... No, okay, there's a chair. Okay, never mind, back to the regular schedule program here. So while we're here, okay, let me just start that again. Let's go back. Now that we've got the background established, let's start working on the figure in the foreground. Again, the bottom half of the painting is technically part of the foreground, but just for our purpose, I'm calling it the background for these intertitles. So we've got this figure here, and we want to try to get her dress or tutu, ballet costume, however you want to call it, and these cushions in. And then when we've gotten those established, we're going to go back to the background and see if there's anything else we want to do there. Okay, where do we want to start? Doesn't really matter because we're going to be going all over this painting. Maybe let's start with her skin tones here. Now, there's a lot of different colors in her skin. You know, we've got these much lighter highlights, and we got some darker shadows. So what we're really looking for is what we call like the local color, the color that exists before it's been modified with shadow or highlight. And to me, that looks like this kind of orangey, peachy color that's all over here. So remember I said, I see in a lot of her work, she actually starts darker and then lightens above that. So I suspect she's using kind of this orangey color. And that's why I was trying to find earlier, that could be her Imprimatura. She could have used that same orange color across the entire surface and not just the figure. So let's mix that kind of darker, peachier color. So I think that's probably, oh, that yellow's getting kind of gunky and goopy here. So I'll have to open up a new tube. You can see it's a little bit, it's started to dry in the tube. So I'm going for kind of an orangey kind of color. Just use up all that yellow. And I'm also going to take a little bit of warm blue. That's going to turn that orange into just a slightly more brownish color. Put a bit more on there. Again, if you're not careful, that you put that blue in there, and it's immediately going to go very dark. I think that's probably good. Now we're going to go to the slightly smaller brushes here. So I'm not worried about going over her ballet costume at all, because after all, it's going to be black. I don't know if you can hear my stomach groaning here. I apologize for... If you're trying to sleep while you listen to my voice and you start hearing my stomach growling, you might be find yourself sleepwalking to the kitchen thinking it's your own stomach. Forget getting a like a paint tube company to sponsor this channel. I should be sponsored by sleep aids, pillows, and cushions. It seems like a lot of people who tune into the channel use me as to help them fall asleep. Which, you know what? I'll take it. However people want to use the content, they're free to do so. It does crack me up though. After all, I mean, it quite literally is watching paint dry. So you can see how useful it is to put a little bit of underpainting there so that I can see my pencil lines, or any lines whatsoever, because my pencil lines have kind of basically disappeared, right? So this is much different, like the way that I'm painting her body right now is different than the way that I typically paint a figure. I don't usually go dark like this and then lighten on top. But that's one of the things I love about doing these episodes, is I get an opportunity to learn a little bit about how an artist works and learning about how different artists work. Right? Like, Paula is, you know, innovator in lots of different ways, and her painting, her approach to painting the figure is different than the way a lot of other people do. In some ways it's like very avant-garde, but also in other ways it's very traditional, like painting kind of a little bit darker and then lightening on top of that. Is not a new technique. It's not like she invented it. There's lots of precedent for that. We go quite far back in art history. But it is something that was not really done, or hasn't really been done by kind of so-called modern artists. It's not very common today, for sure. I would say, again, probably the most common method I see people using is to start with basically painting directly onto a white piece of paper or canvas. So therefore you're starting light, and then you're progressively darkening on top of that. She's going the exact opposite. She's in many ways starting darker and then going through various levels of lightening. I mean, she does, I mean, it's not like this is like black velvet that she's painting on. It is, you know, kind of a darker mid-value. So she can still obviously get darker than this. But this is definitely a unique approach for a contemporary artist. Even though she's passed away, we'd still consider her to be a contemporary artist, as opposed to a maybe modern artist. The modern era of art kind of, some people say we're still in the modern era. Some people would say we're in the post-modern era. And people spend their whole lives writing PhD theses trying to, you know, describe the difference and delineation between the modern and postmodern era, and some people, you know, say that we're still in the modern. I mean, that's for historians and art writers to fuss and worry about. I just want to paint. I don't really care what the taxonomy of eras and techniques are. Although it is interesting, I mean, to think about, but at the end of the day, this is an art painting class and not an art history or art theory class. Okay, let's, what should we do next? Let's do the cushions. So maybe actually we can use, okay, I'm gonna need a little more yellow. Open up a new tube here. So, I guess we'll just use a larger brush. So I'm just going to take more of this color we've just been using, and I'm going to turn it into a dark brown. Let's take some more blue. In fact, let's take a good heap of it and mix this together. These are all warm colors. No, again, notice the more blue I put in there, the darker this is going to get. Now, just looking at that, I'm like, oh, this is actually a kind of a very dark red brown. So I think it still needs to get darker. I think that's pretty good for now. Maybe have had a bit more red in there, but so I know that, you know, part of her dress or tutu, whatever, is kind of going to be right here. It's going to be really dark and black. But after all, that cushion is still underneath her, so just kind of painting a little bit more of it, even if I'm going to paint black over top, is I think a good idea here. So obviously that brown needs to get a little bit darker, but that's okay. We're gonna, maybe, in fact, maybe I'm gonna blow dry this right now and do just that to get another layer on there. You can see a lot of that yellow still coming. Barbara says, we have an exhibition of works by Toulouse-Lautrec on in Bath at the moment. Awesome. Bath, what a beautiful city. Oh my goodness, Bath. What a gorgeous town. In England there. Famously beautiful. not just my opinion there. And we did a Toulouse-Lautrec two. We did two? I think we did, right? My gray hair is leaching my brain cells and memory out of my skull. Okay, beautiful. Okay, oh, and her hair's black though, right? Let's take a look. Just while I've got that brown. You know what? Maybe I could, I'm actually going to use a little bit of this brown in her hair, and then we can paint it black over top. Okay. Let's just clean these brushes really quickly. Again, you'll notice, like, when I'm painting, I'm often cleaning my brushes. I very rarely have the brushes just sitting in my water or just sitting on the table drying. One of the great things, or worst things, about acrylic paint is that the paint dries quickly. And the longer my paintbrushes sit on the table with paint drying on them, the more likely it's possible that those brushes start to get ruined because the paint starts to dry on those bristles. So, being cheap like I am, I want to try to make these paintbrushes last as long as possible. Also, when I want to use them, I want them to be as fresh and clean as possible, so they're not all gummy and sticky, so that I've got my tool like a surgeon ready to go. Scalpel! Small paintbrush, let's go! And then the other thing too is I don't really want to be leaving paintbrushes in the water very often, because then you end up with things like this. Look how that paintbrush, I don't know if you can see it very well. Especially when I'm moving it around. See how it sort of like looks a bit more like a hockey stick or something, right? It's because probably I left this sitting in the water, maybe on an episode where I had to run after I finished, and I just left it in there, came back in, and it's sort of like it's assumed a new shape. So I know it seems kind of obvious, but I would say the vast majority of times when I'm watching people paint in person in my classes, I just see paintbrushes sitting in the water, either soaking, which is good at the end of a session, you know, right before you get some soap and water on there. Or I see paintbrushes sitting on a table turning into dried sticks. Oops. Okay. Oh, let's do her dress. Okay, so this is an interesting thing too. Like, so the costume she's working on, our tendency might be immediately to go black. Generally, what I would suggest, though, is to mix the color that's a little bit lighter and then put black over top of it. And I think that's what I'm going to do. I did just want to double check. The reason I'm zooming in is because it wouldn't surprise me, because I can't really tell, the image is not super high resolution. It would surprise me if she actually went the opposite way and actually did black and then used like a pastel to lighten on top of it. So I'm not, I mean, that she might be, it's really hard to tell here. I don't know. And she might be doing a little bit of both. She might have gone a little bit lighter and then done darker and then come back and lighten it up again. Right? Because it's not always like a one-way street. It's not like, okay, you do it once and you're done. Often artists are kind of working back in and kind of creating a bit more of a web of line work. So going darker, lighter, and kind of so that you might not be able to see this kind of easy progression from one color to the other, that it's more intertwined. So I think I am gonna go for a lighter or a dark gray. So I'm gonna take some of this gray. I'm gonna take my black. Oops, let's bring this in here. I'm gonna take my black and just take a little bit of the gray that we used for our background here. Get this middle gray, or a fairly dark gray, sorry. But I also want it to be distinct from my bottom layer, base layer here. So I could have had the blue background coming in underneath there. So I don't know how obvious it is on camera, but you know, just for her chest here, because I might be like, oh, I'm going to lose those pencil lines. You could either paint it a little bit thinner, or you could try to kind of just, with the texture of your brush, define where those differences are in the shape of her body. So it's almost like even though we're painting one solid monochromatic color, we're still kind of almost approaching it like we're painting different shapes. So notice how as that yellow starts to kind of get to be covered. Painting, at least as far as I'm concerned, appears to be like really changing. And I can start now to see the colors as they quote-unquote truly are, without that yellow kind of infecting my peripheral vision. And so this is obviously why so many younger artists or people who might not have gone to art school just immediately go right to white, is because it's like, well, this just seems like what a waste of time to put in that darker color, or that lighter Imprimatura, or darker Imprimatura, doesn't matter which one, and then to spend all this time trying to hide it and cover it. Well, I don't really see it that way. I've often used the example of like pizza sauce as a metaphor. It's not like when you're making a pizza that you're trying to hide the pizza sauce with cheese. You're just covering it, and you want that pizza sauce to be there. It's not like you're scraping it off. It's there, and you're going to taste it when you bite into it, but it's just a little bit less visible. And it is influencing the way everything looks. It's just a little bit less readily apparent. Okay, that's cool. I like that a lot. Wow, you know, like what a difference. All of a sudden, now that that yellow is gone, I don't know about you, but this painting just seems totally different than it did maybe 5 minutes ago. And now I have a much clearer idea of what my colors are and which ones are maybe right or wrong. Angel, hi Angel. Angel says, hi everyone, I painted the cat playing guitar by Louis Wayne. It turned out pretty well. Awesome. Well, I hope you posted it to the Facebook group so that we can celebrate your achievement. That is cool. Those were fun ones. Those two Louis Wayne paintings are pretty wild. The more psychedelic cat, and then the more, I guess, traditional, although also surreal painting of a cat playing guitar. Both strange. Okay, wow, I love where this is at right now. So this is also, you know, if you were working on a painting, a good time if you wanted to stop for the day or you ran out of time, this would be a great place to stop because you've got everything kind of started. You've got all the major colors in place, all blocked in, and then now it's about doing all the details over top of it. So I'm just going to blow dry this. Okay. How am I doing for time? Now that I've got the figure and ground all painted in, basically the background and foreground, then now let's start to make some adjustments. So, and I can't emphasize this enough. This is why I try to get the basic things painted in, fill this picture up before I start finicking, before I get those little paintbrushes out, because now I have a really accurate idea of how these colors are all operating together. And that's how colors work. They're all working in relationship to one another. One color on the canvas can look very different isolated on its own. So we want to kind of get to this stage before we even start judging whether we've done anything right or wrong, right? In fact, I could even just paint, quote unquote, all of the wrong. I could paint purple and fluorescent pink or whatever all over here. I just want to get to this. Well, I probably want to do fluorescent pink, but I think I'm just generally trying to get close enough, because sometimes close enough is good enough, right? So let's just do a quick little comparison and just see maybe where our next, like what the major priority should be now here. So I don't have a ton of time. I've got maybe another 45 minutes tops that I want to spend on this stage. So I'm just sort of looking here, thinking about like what really matters. Like obviously the ground down here is a little bit more reddish than I had hoped. I was just going for, I thought it kind of a reddish, slightly reddish gray, but I obviously put a little bit too much, and I put in a very small amount. I don't mind that though, so I'm gonna just maybe leave that for now. Let's talk about the background though, and just think about the way that she's painting this. Now she's using pastels for a lot of this. I don't have my pastels here, they're at school, so I'm going to instead use just a paintbrush, and I'm going to do a little bit of glazing. So I'm going to thin my paint out a little bit, but maybe even before that, maybe I want to try to get some of this darker color in place up here. And I think that's a bit of cool blue and a bit of warm blue. So I'm going to take a bit of warm blue here, a bit of cool blue, and a little bit of cool red, which is just going to kind of dilute that color a little bit. I don't know, looks good enough for me. Although it looks perfect on camera, I do think it is a little bit cooler blue in person though. So even though this is going to make the painting, the colors look a little bit different, I'm just going to put a bit more cool blue back in here. I'm also just going to take a little bit of white. And you know what, before I just launch right into that, I'm going to put some... So putting a little bit of glazing fluid in here, that's going to thin the paint out a little bit and also make it take a little bit longer to dry, so that if I do want to wipe it away or blend it out, I have that option. So in order to blend it, I'm just going to use another brush. It's a little bit softer, excuse me. In fact, maybe. I guess I could go a little bit darker. So I think she's probably just here, just trying to break up the monotony of just that background being, you know, one big solid color. She's just sort of trying to kind of give it a little bit of nuance in here. So I'm going to blow dry that, and then I might even just darken a little bit more up here. So I took a bit of warmer blue. I guess I could expand a little bit more. So notice I'm kind of painting quickly and kind of a little bit aggressively. I want to, I think that's a little bit of like her technique, is that there's a little bit of speed involved, of moving quickly. Okay, I got a little bit of paint down there off of my wrist, or I'm not sure where that came from. Just get a little bit of water on a rag and just gently wipe that away. I don't know, do I want to expand that? I think I can leave that like that. Okay. So again, it's not exactly the same, but as my grandfather used to say, good enough for government work. Barbara says this painting looks great so far. I have to sign off for a while. I'll watch the rest later. Don't forget to like and subscribe, guys. See you later. Thanks, Barbara, for the shout out there. That's cool. Let's blow dry that, and then I'm gonna go the opposite. I'm gonna start lightening on top of this. Okay. So you could see, you know, originally I felt like those colors, my background was actually closer to the original, and now it's kind of got a little bit darker, maybe a bit warmer. Maybe I shouldn't have put so much warm blue in this subsequent layer, but that's okay. I'm gonna go next. I'm gonna take some white. Is that too much? Let's start out with this. Okay. And then I'm going to mix my glazing fluid into this color. Looks like I'm not really using any cool, well, I'm using cool yellow in my black, but not really in my elsewhere, so probably didn't need to use that after all. Okay, now I could spend a couple hours in this part of the painting. I want to try to go, you know, get this accomplished relatively quickly. I'm going to maybe start in the bottom. Oops. Okay, so she's kind of like scribbling a little bit over top of the background. So right now all of these lines appear to be pretty visible, or very, not pretty visible, very visible, or maybe more visible than I want. But it's likely that as this glaze starts to dry, it's going to get a little bit more transparent. So obviously these lines are going to show up more on darker areas than they are on the lighter areas. To the point where I'm probably going to leave some of those darker areas unpainted and maybe add a little bit more glazing fluid to them so that they don't just kind of pop out too much. So I'm just going to add maybe a little bit of glazing fluid here. I'm really diluting that color. I imagine it's possible even as I paint this, it'll almost be invisible. In fact, I'm just going to put a little bit more paint back in there. Okay. It's hard to see what's going on in here. I think I'm going to make these a bit more horizontal around her face here. It might be a little bit lighter than I want, but let's see. I know there's some kind of more, a few really bright vertical brush strokes there, but I'm just gonna move forward. I'm going to come paint those vertical brush strokes by her, I guess, left hand a little bit later, once all this kind of dries. So now I've just gone back to this area here where I had like very diluted color. You know, it's mostly glazing fluid, and that's going to make the paint way more transparent. Now, I don't know if she did, you know, basically, again, she's using pastel to do this, and I don't know how much, you know, if she did it all over, kind of like the way I'm doing it. This is just sort of my artist's impression of a different material, different technique. Now, I'm not too worried about going a little bit too white or light. You know, if I do go too light, then I can always go a little bit darker, and I think she's also done that too. I see, looks like some little bit of possible marks with a darker pastel. Let's just zoom back out. And, you know, I could see somebody saying, well, you know, that looks nice, Michael, but it kind of looks pretty different than what she did. It looks a little more exaggerated. If I really felt like this was too much, it would be very easy just to glaze back over top of this with a cool blue, and just that would kind of quiet all that down. And maybe I'll do that. Maybe we'll get there. At the moment, though, I kind of dig how that looks. So before I just make a rash decision and be like, I kind of goofed on that. What was I thinking? You know what? It's like, you know what? Let's just take a deep breath here. Let's move on to the rest of the painting, because I might say to myself, you know what? Yeah, I know she didn't do that, but I kind of like it. And that's okay. It's okay for the work that we do to differ from the original. In fact, that might be a good thing. Right? After all, we're not trying to make fraudulent copies of these we're going to sell on the black market somewhere. We're just trying to use these artworks as inspiration for our own artworks to learn a little bit more about painting. So same sort of thing. We're going to paint the... I think I'm going to do the same thing on the bottom. I kind of like how this is turning out. So this is an opportunity now to quote-unquote correct this a little bit more of a reddish gray that I painted here, and turn it into a little bit maybe more of a greenish color. So I've got my previous one there, and you know, I could remix this, but I want to see maybe if I can make it work somehow. So I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to take a little bit of my warm yellow and a bit of my warm blue, and just get this kind of a little bit of a grayish color going, or sort of greenish color. You can see there's that. It's a little bit swinging further towards that side, but that's okay because now I'm going to take my glazing fluid. So maybe I'm going to take a bit more of that original color. Okay. So it's the original painting is actually the borders of it are right about there. So it actually clips off part of her dress, comes almost right up to her toe. So I've got a lot more information on the sides to fill in. So, you know, when it comes to how I want to paint this, let's just take a look at what the small number of brushstrokes we do have down here and think about how she's painting those. So we can kind of discount a lot of this stuff here. This is all just my photoshopping. We're looking at information down here. And again, there's very little from the original on the left here. So, you know, I'm actually surprised. So what we have here is actually a bunch of vertical brushstrokes, but they do appear to be kind of turning around here. So I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to have vertical brushstrokes down here, and then I'm going to have them kind of curve off. So by the time we get to the top, where the ground meets the back wall or sky, they're going to be horizontal. So we're going to kind of have it kind of bloom outward. That's what I'm thinking about anyway. So this is going to be much more subtle here. One thing that I'm guilty of doing this is that sometimes, you know, when you're like, it's barely visible, I can kind of like phone it in here because people are barely going to see this. I can be pretty sloppy. Nobody really cares. But those are really terrible habits to get into, where you're just sort of, because, you know, if someone does look a little bit more carefully at the work and they see that you just sort of, you got pretty lazy in those areas, it can actually sort of really be kind of really disappointing, I think. Like, and it can kind of feel like does your work a real bad disservice. It's like, well, why even do that at all if you're just going to kind of... So, I mean, some of these brushstrokes I am putting down here as I'm talking about it are kind of a little bit, you know, not the best. They're kind of a little bit bigger and wider, a little bit sloppier. And maybe they could be a little bit more opaque. I might have gone a little bit too light. Maybe there's not enough difference here. So what I could do is, after I've done this layer, do another one where maybe I do go a little bit bolder. Doesn't mean that this is a waste of time. In fact, if anything, it can be really satisfying when you see just like, wow, look at all the little colors in here. I just thought this was a big blob of gray. Look at, there's actually texture down here. Huh. You know, it's like that kind of thing maybe with your favorite movie where, you know, you watch it and like, okay, it's beautiful, and then you read some interviews and they talk about, yeah, even the buttons on the jacket were specially handcrafted to appear like they were done in the period that the movie, and you're like, wow, that's kind of cool. And then next time you watch the movie, you might look a little bit closer, and then you start noticing other little details. Personally, I love that. When I see, oh wow, someone really put in some serious attention in there. So, I think, what do I want to do? Do I want to make that... I add a little bit of cool blue into that mixture. Look how kind of that really pops. So I'm spacing these out, and maybe I should try to be a little bit more chaotic so they're not all kind of nicely grouped or evenly spread out. Kind of want them to be a little bit wilder. Let's do the same thing. Again, I'm kind of making it up here. I'm just kind of riffing off a little bit of what I see down here, and actually as I look at that, it's maybe a little bit more of a warm blue, so maybe I will come back with a bit of warm blue here in a moment and put that in there. Again, I don't want to get sucked down into tiny details that are, you know, not really as important, or even maybe not even in the original. Maybe let's take a little bit of that warm blue and just do a bit of that. go whiter still. Okay, once again, let's just back out here. Now it's looking like a Van Gogh painting. That's okay. That's okay. I kind of like how it's turning out. I'm taking a lot of liberties down there. If I felt like I went too far, I can always kind of rein that back by glazing a color back over top, and those lines would maybe not disappear, but become less, like, very, very subtle. Like if you thought some of that original kind of greenish layer was too subtle. Ah, there's Ismo back in the chat. It's been a while. I hurt my bad knee again, so not doing much. I should be painting, but getting ready to go camping. That's one thing I gotta do this summer. I haven't gone camping in a little while. I love camping. I think I went, was it last year with some friends? Okay, let's just quickly blow dry this and then we're gonna move on. Since we've got our background, I think for right now, I think good enough. It's possible that if I've got extra time later, I can kind of go in and fiddle with that a little bit. I could see maybe, oh, there's a few lines. Okay, so there's a few little things in there, but let's just keep moving forward. Let's, because I might, who knows how things are going to look until I get this figure painted in. So where should we go first here when it comes to the background? Ari says, I love that Van Gogh background, especially the blue. It looks so beautiful. Thank you, Ari. Okay, so this is where the real meat and potatoes are going to be here. What should we do first? I think when it comes to the figure, what I want to do next is go a little bit darker. So even though I've got some of these darker mid values here with this orange, I want to go even darker still here. So that's going to be like, you know, some of these areas on her face and her armpits, thighs and stuff. And so that's basically like that orange we made before, but a little bit darker. Now we did make this brown here. That might be, well, you know what, maybe we can, I don't know how much of it is still useful, but actually, you know what, now I'm just contemplating putting glazing fluid into my brown. And just painting it like I've done the rest of her with that darker. Well, I can sit around all day long trying to think it through, or we can just start doing it. And so let's just start doing it, and then if it doesn't work, then we can change course, right? So I'm going to take my brown that I used to paint the cushion. I'm going to mix it into some glazing fluid to make it a little bit more transparent, because it is, my main thought here was maybe don't want to go so dark with these shadows, because they're not super dark in her painting. And so I was thinking maybe I'll remix it, but you know, if I can use this and just make it a bit more transparent, then that's basically like painting with a color that's not quite as dark. Singa says, I was at the Taylor Swift concert last night. It was good, I bet. I've only ever heard good things about those shows. People, you know, come away feeling, you know, people spend a lot of money on those tickets, but I haven't heard anybody asking for a refund. So that's usually a good thing. Okay, let's dive right into this. Let's take our gray, or sorry, our brown. And yeah, you know what, maybe I could go even darker. I do suspect it's just a little bit more reddish. Oops, I just put a bit more red into that brown. Now I could do all of this as like those Van Gogh little marks as well. But I think just for the sake of speed here, So I'm, as always, looking for kind of like shadow shapes. Like, what are the kind of shapes in the shadows here? And because I'm going to be lightening a lot of stuff up, I don't have to worry about maybe going too dark. Okay. Oops, I missed this line between her thigh and calf there. So I'm also trying to kind of work relatively quickly to try to get the dynamic quality of her brush strokes in here and not trying to just kind of slow down and, you know, easier said than done. You know, obviously I've got a few years of practice under my belt, but okay. Now I'm just trying to decide, should I go even darker now? I think I will. I think let's take some of this. I'm gonna go take my warm blue. I'm gonna put it back into the brown we were doing before. I want to get a bit of a kind of a greenish brown. Let's put a bit of glazing fluid in there just to make it a bit more transparent and also a little bit easier to paint with. So instead of using water, putting a little bit of that glazing fluid in. And you know that the painting is a little bit wet, so I'm just going to quickly blow dry that. So now remember that this painting is a pretty big painting, right? It's about the the size of a piece of plywood squared, 48 by 48 ish. Couldn't find the exact dimensions online, but that means I can't do all of the tiny details that are in her painting. I'm obviously gonna have to sacrifice a little bit here. I'm generally trying to amplify the shape of the body here with these lines. It tends to be what I see her doing here, although not always. But to try to, you know, reinforce the roundness of the form. Let's just come back up here, and now that I've got a bit more accomplished. Okay, I think that's good. I'm going to take a little break from painting the figure. I'm going to start painting the cushions here. Okay, so those cushions, that's a bit of like a cooler red. A little bit more of that kind of, I don't know, like a deep cherry kind of color. So I think that's like our cool red. And I'm going to take some black. Take a bit more black in here. So remember I said, like, you know, I'm not worried about getting these colors perfect the first time around. I'm just want to get stuff in place. Get a brown in place here. just going to extend these lines a little bit in behind there, because that's, after all, her tutu is sort of is literally in front of it, so I'm just kind of hinting that these things, there's a little bit of an overlap. Okay. Let's see. Which way do I want to go next? I'm going to go the opposite way now. I'm going to take some white. Take a bit of glazing fluid, put that in there just to help with the brushability. I'm going to go a little bit lighter again still, but I'm just putting in this first layer of lighter value. I know this is a slightly different color, but I'm just going to build up a couple of different colors in here, just like I did in the on the bottom here with the kind of Van Gogh-y stuff. So just a few of these little lines help kind of give a little bit of extra texture in there. Okay, it's going to take a bit more white now. Get a bit of that glazing fluid on there, but now that appears like pure white, or at least kind of just to me. But obviously this is, you know, been muted with some of that purple colors in there, so again, all color is kind of relative. Let's come back down to the bottom. I'm going to put in some cool blue. Actually, I got a little bit of cool blue right there. I guess I need a bit more of that. Senga says, solar storm hitting just now. Can be at peak from, what's that, 10 p.m. to midnight. Looking good as far as Manchester just now. Oh, wow. So what does that mean? Solar storm and all the power is going to start going out soon? Yikes. I think that's probably good. Well, actually, there's a little bit of that blue up here. Probably good enough there. Okay. Oh, to see the northern lights. Okay, okay, cool. Let's blow dry all this. I got a little bit of wet paint, a little texture. So I'm probably gonna now do the skin, and then we'll leave the dress for last, because I think we can be also very expressive there, and it's overlapping parts of her skin. So now we need to kind of we need to go pretty dramatically lighter, or well, maybe not dramatically, but we need to amp up those the skin tones. So where should we go? How much time do I have? Okay, come on, an hour. Okay, hour 15 at latest. Okay. Pull up those sleeves. Let's go for, where should we mix this? Right in here. So let's take our white. Cool, or sorry, warm yellow. Put a little bit of red in here. So it's not super yellow, it's just got, sorry, not on camera there. And I'm going to put a little bit of glazing fluid, mostly just to help keep it a little bit more fluid-like to paint. But the way that she paints and draws and uses pastel, she's pretty bold with this next layer of paint. So I don't really want it to be too transparent if I can help it. I kind of want to, you know, jump off the deep end a little bit, and after putting all that, you know, being kind of careful, we're going to run the risk of kind of painting over it a little bit, but that's the way that she worked, right? So let's just clean this off, because we've kind of gone pretty dark, and now we're gonna go swing back in the other direction. We've got all these darker lines on here, and now we're gonna start putting in highlights and getting lighter and lighter. So we'll probably do, I don't know, maybe 2 layers. I'm not sure how long it'll take, so. There's a lot of detail in this face that I'm just not going to be able to really capture here, so just have to make a little bit of peace with that. So one thing can happen, let's say if I only just do these like Van Gogh-y kind of marks on her face and I don't do them elsewhere, it could start looking like she's got a beard or something. So versus the more I use this same brushstroke elsewhere in the painting, the more it just kind of we'll take it for granted. Okay, it's just a stylistic approach to painting here. And we'll kind of look at the maybe marks on her face a little bit differently. Remember, we're going to put another layer of lighter colors, at least one more layer, depending on how things are going here. So I don't have to get it all done in this one approach and with this one color. In fact, ideally, if I'm using multiple different kinds of color to do the highlighting, that would be the best. You know, another artist whose work really this reminds me of a lot. Oops. There we go. Especially this approach. So this is the work of Paul Cadmus, a really great American artist. I love his work. He's kind of a little bit of a forgotten great American artist, because he was kind of painting artworks like this while the rest of the world was going abstract. Similar to another artist that I plan on, I keep bumping back, but I really want to get to, is Thomas Hart Benton, who was Jackson Pollock's teacher. This kind of like American regionalist kind of approach to painting. I love this, but you can see this kind of hatching marks that he's using to paint. Anyway, oh yeah, no, that's on screen. I was like, oh, maybe I forgot to put it on screen. Okay, good. So many great artists out there, right? It's hard to choose which artist to do for these episodes. You know, sometimes I've got artists lined up for months, even years in advance. And then something comes across my social feeds. I'm watching a movie. I just get inspired. I'm like, oh man, that's just what I want to do today. Like same sort of thing with Paula Rego here. I've had her on my mind for a while, but I've been bumping her back. And then finally I'm like, this is such an important artist. I can't justify not including her. We're doing a painting class and I haven't talked about arguably one of the greatest painters, modern painter, contemporary artists of all time. And especially a female artist. Paula Rego routinely makes lists of like top 10 most important female artists of all time. So again, that's why it's a little bit of a priority for me to Ooh, that's looking good. Love it. You know, so again, this is why this painting is a little bit more complex, a little bit more for intermediate artists. Because I think, you know, all these little brush strokes here, first of all, they're going to test anybody's patience. But if you're a beginner artist, you might not feel confident having kind of the brush control to do tiny little marks like this. Now, she did paint this, I think it's probably, well, I don't know if it's oil paint. It might be acrylic and pastel. In fact, let's I just realized there's the Christie's had these on sale. Pastel on paper, mounted on aluminum. Okay, so it's entirely pastel. Okay, I thought... Interesting. So, I mean, that's also pretty tricky to do this whole thing just in pastel. You know, I feel like I'm kind of skipping over lots of little details here just for the sake of speed, but again, her painting is about 8-9 times larger than mine, and so there's a lot more room for her to get into those little details, nooks and crannies around fingertips and toes, and even all these details on the legs and things here. Okay, let's race. You know what? Maybe let's break this into another section here. So we're making good progress, but I am running out of time. So I'm gonna probably just do one more layer of highlights in the way that I'm doing right now. And so we're going to push that contrast pretty dramatically. Obviously, she would have spent weeks on a painting like this and would have taken her sweet time, but I gotta run and get my little kiddo. So, let's see, where are we at here? Let's add a little bit of more white. That's right. So took my titanium white here, mixing a bit of that same color I've just been using. Might take a bit of yellow, and then maybe we'll do one final, just little areas of highlights with almost pure white. Maybe I should probably quickly blow dry all of this. Okay, let's keep on pushing these highlights here. So I'm doing kind of some cross hatching. So this is why I like kind of starting with middle values and then brightening. It's not the way necessarily everybody works. To me, this seems to make the most sense because I can always keep expanding and brightening and brightening and brightening and brightening. There's a whole other method out there where people will, again, start kind of... I remember I had a painting teacher in college who recommended you kind of start with the extremes, go right to your, you know, basically take white and paint with some white, and then paint with some black. Because he was always like, people never go, they always are afraid to go to the highlights, afraid to go to the shadows. So do that first. Get it out of the way. And as is, I think I've mentioned this before, but, and I get it, especially as a teacher, you know, I recognize the same thing. Yeah, like people will often have very kind of paintings full of just middle values and are afraid of kind of pushing those contrasts. Even myself, having said that though, I don't know, I prefer to kind of keep expanding and expanding rather than just to do it right off at the beginning. You know, when you're doing this kind of technique, it sometimes feels like it looks great, and then it sometimes feels like it gets a little bit worse, and then it turns great again, and then it gets worse, and there's a bit of a seesaw kind of effect going on. I totally get it. It's worth just remembering when you're on the bottom side of that seesaw that, whoop, okay, well, we're probably going to be bouncing back up any second. Just keep moving forward. So you can see it's starting to kind of take shape. You know, it's, again, I probably won't have enough time to really bring this figure fully articulated, but, you know, if I... this is one of those where I feel like I could probably be, you know, at least, I shouldn't, maybe don't want to jinx myself, but I'm feeling like, okay, even though there's still plenty of stuff that I could do on here, I'm kind of feeling like I'm kind of liking the way it's going, and if I had to stop suddenly, that would be okay. Okay. What should we do next here? So we get even more white. Basically just pure white here at this stage. You know what? I'm like, you know, I was about to say, you know, I really should blow dry it right now, but I'm in a hurry, and then I thought, famous last words. So I want to be careful about not putting too much white in here. Right, because that's intended to be just the parts where it's getting the most light. Okay, let's blow dry that again real quickly and let's go into black. Senga says, "You make it look so easy, Michael." Well, I appreciate that. A little bit of experience behind all of this, so it's kind of cheating a little bit. And I'm just going to put a little bit of glazing fluid down here and mix my black into it. I don't want to dilute it too much. I'm just doing this because this black has been sitting there for a couple of hours now, so. So I'm using this paint that's, again, got a little bit of glazing fluid in it, this black. Just do a little bit of outlining, which she did as well here. But I'm being pretty subtle with the amount of, it's just kind of, helping to, whoa, where did this come from, that black? Stamped it from down there, okay. So again, this is why it's kind of nice saving some of this. I'm trying to think about what layer to put in first, because now I can just paint over top of some of those white lines that were going over top of her top here, without worrying about keeping them intact, you know, as opposed to if I went the other way, then I have to be very conscious of the clothing. So I'm now painting this little bit here with almost pure black. It'll be easier for me just to paint that there and then come back and lighten up if I need to any areas. What is it saying? This is, can anyone else see 849 on her foot? Which, oh, right here. I see 894. Oh, that's what you said. Okay. Yeah, maybe that's a little hidden Easter egg there. So obviously you can see I'm kind of expanding beyond the frame here a little bit. So there's to kind of give that illusion of transparency. Now I'm moving pretty quick and not really looking too carefully at the original here. So that is obviously going to lead to discrepancies. I'm just in a, I gotta get going here ASAP, so I have to make some hard decisions as to what is really important in this painting. And I actually think this is an opportunity, a little area where one can have a little bit of fun and kind of be a little playful. I don't quite see her having done the brushwork in the same way I'm doing it. Again, this is just like sort of my quick, rough and dirty interpretation of what she's doing in order to kind of get a similar effect on a much smaller scale here. don't think I have time to put all those numbers on there that are what may appear to be an 894 on there. So I'm just going to plow straight ahead here. Where else? I might be mostly happy with the way that dress looks. Let's just... take a little break here. Okay, shadow. Kind of want that shadow to be, rather than just black, a little bit different than the rest. So that's kind of a, let's make this a bit more of a bluish black. So I'm going to take my black, put warm blue, my black, and put warm blue into it. It's a little bit more blue than I was expecting. It's one thing, again, sometimes appears, you know, like, oh man, this needs to get much darker on the palette, and then you start painting with it. Now, this left side of the painting was basically cropped right there where my, so that everything beyond where my hand is was not in the original. Like, this is a much more square composition, so there really wasn't a shadow on this side. So I'm gonna kind of have to eyeball it a little bit here. That's, imagine her shadow kind of coming up to about here. Is that enough? It should be. So if that's the light coming from here, I think that's okay. How can I complicate that shadow besides just putting black in there? If I make this a bit more of a green. Blow dry that. So I'm opting for green here as opposed to maybe any other color because there's lots of kind of purples and reds and stuff already throughout this painting. So I'm looking for a complementary color to all of that green. Don't really have it much. I guess we did a little bit in the ground down here. And again, I want to create some distinction between her dress and the shadow. So it's kind of a bluey green shadow where it'll be pretty distinct. Not that, and sometimes it's actually really nice when the figure or shadows blend and there's a little bit of ambiguity there, but that's good. I am gonna let's clean that off a bit. Yeah. So we're getting very close. I got about 10 minutes before I gotta leave. So the last few things here, I just doing maybe a little bit of outlining in a few small places. She didn't do a lot of it, but she did a little bit of it. And I think that's going to help just bring a little bit of detail back into the face. Whereas a lot of the rest of it, I think, is working out pretty well. So maybe I'll just, let's go back to the... That's where we're at the moment. I feel like I could darken some of this in. I'm just going to run out of time, though, for that. So let's maybe zoom in on the face. I'm just going to quickly blow dry this too. I even booked a little car share so that I can race out of here. Buy me an extra 5 minutes here. Often I just take the bus to go get my daughter. Added a tiny bit of glazing fluid back into my black here. thumb looks a little long, doesn't it? Just gonna paint in the whites of her eyes real quick. Yeah, Singa, I saw the 894. I mentioned it before. I thought it was 849 or something earlier, but yeah, I did respond earlier. That is, I don't know how much of that is deliberate or just an odd coincidence. I've never read anything about her including kind of little images, or I mean there's little images sometimes in the background, but I've never heard anything about like numbers or kind of stuff, so it's possible it's just an incredible odd kind of coincidence. I think that's always happens to artists. Sometimes you paint something and somebody's like, oh, look at that cool face in there, and you're like, what face? Especially abstract painters get driven absolutely mad. So there are, you know, she's got lots more detail on the face, but I kind of feel like I might not need to do much more than what I've got there currently. Otherwise it just starts to get a little bit confusing. It's supposed to be her, I mean, her thumb is going down here, but just the way that I originally painted it, I was like, oh, maybe I'll turn that into a thumb, but now that seems kind of odd. Now she's done all that with very little to no outlining in that area, but just kind of relying on these outlines to do a bit of heavy lifting since I'm running so short on time. let's look at this last toe over the foot. Oops. Okay. I want to maybe see if I can just shorten this thumb a little bit. Blow dry that. Let's come back with some black. Okay, I might want to just do a quick little bit of, let's see, I need to mix up just a tiny bit of gray here. Let's take some white, a little bit of black, maybe a bit more white. I just want to take this to do, oops. reserved a car out front. Okay, I got about 2 minutes. 2 minutes, just final little marks here. Those marks that are on the back over here too. Okay, I need to go. So. So we've made it to the end of the episode. I could paint for a little while longer, but I think I've got everything I really need in place. So I'm really happy with the way this turned out. So just before we look at them side by side, just consider liking, subscribing, hitting the notification bell. Between 70 to 85% of the people who watch these videos are not subscribers. So if even like 5% more people suddenly started subscribing, it would change my life instantly and would allow more and more people to find these videos. So all it takes is just one little click. And if you want to support the channel with a small donation, you can use the PayPal, you can use e-transfer, or send a check in the mail. All those links are down below. You can find my email on my website, and that's how you can contact me to send an email. You know, masterstudy.ca, that's my website, and for all of these episodes. You can also use the YouTube Super Chat as well. So, let's look at how we've done here with Paula Rego. There's my version compared to hers. Obviously, I've taken some creative liberties. The background is a little bit more Van Gogh-ish than hers. I was kind of waiting, you know, at this stage, this might be a place where I might kind of tone that down a little bit, do a little wash or glaze over top just to kind of reduce some of those marks, but I kind of like how they look right now. So I think I'm just going to keep it like that. And ultimately, I think this one turned out pretty darn good. I think I could continue darkening with a little bit more black in there, but let's kind of just do a quick zoom in. Maybe let's start down here. I guess we'll go up that way. So again, I added all of this shading where there wasn't really any on this side, because really none of that painting beyond her knee existed. So there wasn't really a shadow there. I just sort of photoshopped and widened it on that side. But I think that's okay. You know, it's kind of my best guess as to what she would have done if she had a little bit more room there. I also really took some liberties with the way that she drew the kind of the frill of that tutu. You know, I'm happy with the way that the body, I've painted the body. You know, is it a little bit different? Of course. I just don't have the time to put as many layers on. She did this with pastel. I'm using acrylic paint, so there's lots of differences just, you know, beyond mark making, but even materials. I think that turned out pretty good. The base here, the cushion she's sitting on, happy with that. On the opposite side here, her other foot. You know, again, mine has a little bit more of my figure has a bit more of an orangey quality, just because I didn't do as many layers. Had I had more time and did another 2-3 layers of marks over top of it, that orange quality would start to kind of dissipate, and it would look a little bit more like hers. But it doesn't bother me. It's the fact that it is obviously a slightly different color. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with the way that turned out. She looks a little bit like she's been working a little bit harder in mine. She's, you know, a bit dark, like, I feel like she's a little sweatier, a little bit more heated, whereas the woman on the left feels a little more relaxed, perhaps. I don't know, maybe I'm just reading into it. I'm happy, you know, with the way the face turned out. You know, I'm like, oh man, look at all like the pinks and stuff in there that I didn't get a chance to do. There's some greens around her eyes, didn't do that either. But, you know, all said and done, for the amount of time that I've been working on this and pulling it together this quickly, that feels pretty good. So, you know, also just quickly showing the background. Obviously, I've done way more, I haven't done more, but I've just, you know, maybe brought that more to the fore. So if we just zoom back out, see these side by side again. Not bad for a day's work at the office here. So once again, thank you everybody for painting along with me, for helping make the world a better place, a more creative place. If everyone was making paintings and drawings and sculpture, there wouldn't be enough time to fight and kill each other and start wars. So I think just watching art, consuming art, is a big step. Making that leap to producing your own art, I think, would be something I encourage you to do. Again, there's all these lessons here that I've created. I hope you follow them if you haven't already. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you guys, I was going to say tomorrow, but maybe on Wednesday. We might do one on Wednesday. Have a wonderful afternoon, everybody. We'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye.